Hey there, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm newtmechanist, and tonight we are going to be continuing our playthrough of the Great Ace Attorney. Before we do get into that, let's check in with our kitties. Let's see, how many are visible? We have all 5. We have Sky upper left, Ember top center, Sherbet upper right. Sherbet is cozy. Sammy left center, and Mason bottom center. All of them getting their nap on, except for Mason, who is looking out the window. But yeah, as I was mentioning in chat, today is kind of exciting as far as other games. I don't know if we're going to see them on stream. I'm going to try at least Payday 3 out. That might be a fun one for ad hoc stuff. But I might try to do some recordings or clips of it. We'll see. For future plans, for those that are interested, we do have October coming up. Shocking, I know, time passes. I'm looking into having a bunch more spooky stuff. Depending on if Ace Attorney or Sea of Stars or something ends early, or I might just weave them in general. We might start with them earlier, but I've got a big pile of them we can start going through. And we can always find more. But I want to start doing some of that. Folks seem to enjoy it. And they're fun to play. Assuming I can find a good one. It's tricky to find ones that don't follow the, oh, scary monster, run and hide in closet kind of model. I don't like those. I don't mind the tension that those are meant to create of, is it gone? But I don't like the pattern that those create of, it's essentially a patrol that you interrupt. If you're going to run from it, I'd rather just have it be a run from it and then do something to let you actually stop it or evade it, Slam the door and lock it, or get out of the building, or something along those lines other than, elementary school hide and seek maneuvers. I'm under the bed, you won't find me. But yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see how some of these turn out. Should be fun. In the meantime, though, do Ace Attorney. Sure. I'm on camera 2. You can do it. So that's camera 3. Sorry, camera 2. Now the question is, what were we doing as Ace Attorney? Why is my Windows pop up here? Doo-doo. Fixing. No, people will know what I have in my taskbar. All right, so what were we doing? Let's try to figure that out. Actually. Okay, that's right. So this particular plotline has to do with people with red hair. We don't know precisely what. We initially encountered in here a pair of redheads that were being arrested for something. Some sort of theft, I believe. Sholmes was trying to get a position in a society of red-haired people, having tried to fake his way in by dyeing his hair like red, like Max Red RBG RGB. Anyway, Max Red. But he was thwarted because, of course, people recognize him. So he took it out on the two thieves that he caught, and actually had them arrested. So we don't know what else is going down with that, but we know something is going to happen because it was referenced in the title of the chapter. So let's see what happens. First, we do need to check Iris's board. No, we already did that. Did not have. No, let's just double check. Iris scribbles down her latest ideas. Nope, it's the stick figure still. Apparently, it's a reference to one of her stories. We'll see. He's implying that if we read the magazine that the Herlock Sholmes stories are published in, that we would know what the reference of the stick figures was. So the Waterloo Hotel is where the judge and her father are staying. They have arrived for a conference on forensic policing, essentially. Okay, so the latest client of Sholmes, or prospective client of Sholmes, was a woman that came in and said that her husband had been kidnapped or was missing, along those lines. It's coming back to me. And Sholmes was disappointed because he said he needed to take just about any job, but he'd prefer it wasn't a kidnapping. And she came in and almost immediately said it was a kidnapping. So I believe the guy was a guard or, a warden at Barclay Prison. And that's why we're going there. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing on to a lonely burial ground. This is the same burial ground that the professor was supposedly buried in, supposedly rose from the dead, and was then shot and double killed, which was relevant to the prior trial. Or at least partially. Exactly. You gotta double tap, Tass. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Okay, I get why they would have, the guillotine reference, but I feel if you're a prison, having the guillotine grandfather clock and the giant axe, as well as the blunderbuss looking rifle on your wall, are in bad taste. Additionally, I hope that bird is taxidermied, because otherwise, whoever lives in that office needs to have those implements used upon them. Because that poor bird like those people that are convinced if you put a reptile or a fish in a very small enclosure that they won't get bigger. No, they do get bigger. They just become increasingly uncomfortable. A fellow bearer of head injuries. I have a lot of head scars, which clearly have nothing to do with my mental state. This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was due here. The That's Scottish or Irish? I'm thinking Scottish. The accent that they're implying here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me? Oh man, look at the jaw on that one. He's got the sort of body where they talk about how the neck and the shoulders are pretty much one one smooth transition, but in his case, the jaw smoothly transitions into the shoulders. The sort of fellow when they say, take it on the chin as far as boxing, that's a defensive mechanism for him. It's like his most armored spot. I figure if you keep trying, you're either going to get a completely different word, or you're going to land on the right one there, Tess. You ken who I am. I'm the governor, Barry Kaiden. Hmm? Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryanosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes? Once again, I get the opportunity to make a Discworld reference. One of the Three Witches stories, um, Inc., which of course includes Esmeralda Weatherwax and Githa Og, Nana Og. Um, Nana Og is one of those people that it's not the casual racism of someone that is. It's not that sort of like those folk are that way kind of casual racism. It's that their only exposure to the idea of another country is through the stories of someone that is a casual racist, only giving them the vaguest of information. So she says things like, I speak a little foreign. My grandson went overseas for the military kind of thing. Uh, so that was the joke. I speak a little foreign. And it was this composite of little like vaguely racist statements. the uh, assuming wild mispronunciations, using phrases that you could assume might line up with a particular language, but to the extent where it was almost meaningless. Things like, we would like to eat five, number threes, chop chop gunga din, uh, mucho grande on portions. And of course, she was talking to somebody that was using the same language she was. But since they were foreigners, then she had to speak foreign to them. Exactly like that, Tess. Exactly that. It's like they've heard little snippets of dozens of different languages and assume you can just mush them all together. There's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about. I didn't like to be so direct, but get out of my office. Well, speaking of casual racism, I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious looking Easterners. Get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means I think it's because of the professor case. Yeah, happily, they've avoided like very direct, modern day racisms here. Because otherwise it would be like some of those opening paragraphs in the first story of King in Yellow where it was just, yeah, we're going to skip this whole segment to the first page. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? Suddenly he's twirling shackles on his finger. Those are full-on shackles, the little U shape with a bar that slides across. You're agents, huh? Part of the professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. Get gone with you before I punch your lights out. I so want him to start pulling, Louis Armstrong stuff from Full Metal Alchemist. Like he just flexes out of that vest and starts posing. We're going. Where the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden. What are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. Was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Well, this is going to be difficult because it's been about a going on a week since we touched it. Well, let's flail about, shall we? This is Susato's father. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jikoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before. Hey, I guessed right. About how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison? Oh, Governor Caden. So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refuses to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Would you? That would be wonderful, if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. You were sitting down reading the paper. You're busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. Didn't say that out loud, did I? Ryunosuke's facial expressions when he talks have got to be amazingly descriptive. Like, he must turn and, like, gawk at the things that he's speculating about when he thinks like that. Like, as they're talking, he stares, focused, like, intensely at the coffee cup in the chair. Yumiko Tobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? It's not Fallout now. I have an idea. Scribble, scribble. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully, when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. That letter of introduction has a little corner torn off of it. Good luck, then. Bye-bye. The Blackbird Line. So this is his, ship ticket. It's like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure, the 11th of September. London arrival, 1st of November. It's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? To me, it implies that the time frame of that steamship's passage will become relevant. I think it called it Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Back to the prison for our ideally less frosty introduction. You'd cast your eyes over this, Governor Kaiden. What's this then? You cannot pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Miko Toba. That young jock from the forensics laboratory? That Miko Toba? Yes, exactly, him. The guy that you don't consider shady. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Suzato. Jings, you're the young man's daughter? You didn't think to mention that afore? I do apologize. Well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And his behavior takes the hardest right turn. It's like power sliding into polite. Like he's offering us cookies. I mean, shackle-shaped cookies, but cookies. And didn't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. He kind of reminds me of Gregson when Iris is around. How he suddenly goes from, you know... Alright, coughing. How he suddenly goes from gruff detective who wants nothing to do with us to somebody groveling at her feet. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. So then, what can I do for you? Yes, do for you then. Well, we're currently investigating a case. One of your warders, you see, he's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh. But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Yeah, Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job. No doubt about it. It was a fine mortar. Sorry, did you say was? Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? Cannot have been much less than 10 years ago now. Oh. Wow. What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye, as I mind it. Do you ken? I haven't heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Miss Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Kaiden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Oh, that's right, that would be associated, that would be about the time of the professor case. Ah, which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago. What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean, he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk? He was doing a particularly silly walk, and the ministry took issue with it since it wasn't regulation. Okay, that's our word for it here, a walk to the gallows. An execution. It's the job of the Chief Warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on the last walk he was manning. Does anybody get the reference that I made? Or am I once again showing my age? What did he do? I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. The Ministry of Silly Walks, the Monty Python skit? But I can tell you it's very rare for a Chief Warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Miss Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't have ken anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, Anne? That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. Long pause. I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. Which, given this kind of circumstance, is code for yes, yes it was. My father came to Britain all these years ago in order to study forensic science. But you seem to have been well acquainted. Not being able to say anything like that, answering a question in that way, is akin to those notices that some web pages have for user privacy, where they list it has been X days or something like that. They will have a policy that says we have not released public information publicly or to any private organization or legal organization, and that clause will disappear or be updated to a different date if somebody subpoenas the information or similar. So you don't know that it was particularly about you, but you know it happened. In this case, you're asking him a question like, was it about this thing that people are sworn to secrecy about? And he says, oh, I can't talk about that thing because I'm sworn to secrecy. So it's like, yeah. I just said yes, but I can't talk to you about it. Real quick break, folks. And we're back. Got up and came back. Sherbet was looking at me with his eyes almost completely closed. You moved around and disturbed my nap. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you know? Yeah, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. That's a theme that you'll see in a lot of stories as well. The idea of kind of grave robbing medical students. It's central in one of the Lovecraft stories, Herbert West Reanimator. The idea that he goes out to graveyards to find bodies of various levels of freshness for his research. We played a game, Stygian, which is one of those games that, unfortunately, the development was cut short, so they, like, rushed the end. Oh yeah, it's definitely a real thing. We had a reference to one of the villains, or the results of the villain ultimately. Technically the protagonist of the story ends up experimenting on a body that was of a soldier that had been decapitated, and wants to see what would happen if you tried to reanimate both halves, or both pieces. And that is the my understanding is that's the reference. Well, to my best understanding, we never see the guy. That is the reference made by the mob boss that shows up. Is you have the big hulking body with a wax sculpture head on it, and the head is in a like a case nearby. But yeah, it's not grave robbing that goes on, but the need for things like cadavers and the like to do that kind of research on, that kind of practice on, is similar to getting volunteers for particular types of experimentation. It's a difficulty. It's a kind of an area rife with ethical difficulties. It's gotten better, but it's still a challenge. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinner's. It's still in use today. We visited St. Sinner's a couple of times in this. St. Sinner's? That's come up before, I'm sure. Actually, no. Did we visit Sinners, or was that just referenced? I thought it was the one that we went to. Yeah. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Mikotoba and I have to use to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Oh, it takes me back. For a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. How charming. I like how, as he was lowering that mug, it tipped forward. To me, it implies that he just dumped it all over the floor. a result of the object's model being a fixed entity, not something full of a fluid or a physics rendered fluid. He's a good fellow, your father, reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Well, if you look at the little clasp on the bottom center of his vest, he has one up on his like the breast of his vest. Uh, and the way it's set up, it's a reference to prison bars. They do a good job of having a lot of symbols all over a character to reinforce their theme. I cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment before you're away. He has a hatchet on his other hip. Like, the cuff I get, but you'd expect it to be like a baton or something. This is a prison that you toe the line at. Those guards aren't messing around. You sure it's here somewhere? Yeah, see his little lapel pin there is another cage. Oh, even the if you think about it, even the vertical stripes on his vest. It does have kind of a sinister vibe to it, doesn't it? That concept of like it's lights out and then the guards are creeping around with axes. Everybody's hiding in their beds. And it lights out is called those doors slam shut. You don't want to be caught outside. Take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Ah, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original, mind. Harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Vigil 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job as chief warder of Barclay Prison. Thank you very much, Governor Kaiden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. Yeah, you get the impression that the equipment on the back wall is less about running down escaped prisoners and more about making an example of prisoners that can't obey orders fast enough. It's like that old trope about people saying, when you get into prison, find the biggest guy there and beat him up. And in this case, it's when the next batch of prisoners comes in, the warden picks the biggest, toughest looking guy and hacks him apart with an axe in front of everybody else. It sets the tone for their stay. kind of casts a different light on the little guillotine machine in the background, doesn't it? Do you have anything to confess? No? Okay. Put your hand in the box. What did they call the box of pain in Dune? Was that the Gom Jabbar test? Or did they call it something else? Where it was essentially a box that would make you feel excruciating pain, and they'd hold a poison needle to your neck. I can't remember if it had a name other than the name of the needle. But yes, more modern and timely references. Though, to be fair, there is a remake of Dune that was recent. What will he tell Miss Vigil, I wonder? Let's take a look at this. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape of this prison of convict blank just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Interesting. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. So, one of the things I've been thinking is that this was a plot of faking the guy's death by execution. So in this case, the warden rigs it so that the gallows won't kill him. Or similar. He is supposedly dead, then the coroner at the time pronounces him dead, but he was not. He is buried and then gets out of the casket that night. Now, I can't remember his name, but the engineer shows up at the prison and is there to steal bodies, supposedly. And he sees the guy get out of the coffin. Now, did he just see him get out of the coffin like he asserted? Originally, he denied it later. Or was he there to dig him out? Because he has familiarity with the coroner. This could be very twisty, and that's the best kind of Ace Attorney trial. We're back. Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Well, he's gone from red to blue, but not full blue. Not pure blue. Definitely some green in that blue. Little bit of red. Slightly darker. The blue in the tubes down there is close to a 125 red and then a 255 blue and green. That's a little darker there. Greetings, my dear fellows. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. So he mentioned that the chemical he used to dye his hair essentially scarlet. Um, no, I don't know if that's the brighter hue. Anyway, that chemical that dyed his hair red dyed every hair on his body red. Uh, so I wonder if this is a side effect of the original dye, like over time it changes colors, or is that an effect of him attempting to remove the red? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Yep. Oh my. Pray tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that Sholmes. Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it. She can't believe it. What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? Boss is he's dead. Oh man. What? That was unexpected. They just found his body. Shot with a pistol. What? Dramatic music kicks in. But Inspector Gregson was murdered? No, not Gregsy. So if we set aside Mia Fey, Phoenix Wright's mentor, I'm trying to think of any other instance of a close character killed in Ace Attorney. And even then, Mia doesn't necessarily count in the same way this is. This would essentially be like Gumshoe getting killed in Phoenix Wright. Or Edgeworth or similar, you know? This is a substantial secondary character. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. After she got out of prison for perjury and petty theft and the like, she teamed up with Gregson. He kind of took her under his wing so that she could sort of intern as a detective. She lacks a lot of the education that they would, or at least her social status would have made it difficult for her to actually apply, even setting aside like age and gender in this time period. So she's kind of taken under his wing, and it seems like she's showing like an aptitude for it. Based on what I've read, Tobias Gregson and Gina Lestrade here are riffs on characters in the Sherlock Holmes story. Tobias Gregson, I believe that name is lifted directly. And I can't remember Lestrade's actual name, but something Lestrade, like G. Lestrade, is another character. Look at that stretch. Look at that. maximum kitty stretch there. Full arc. He's so comfy. And he's running out of desk. Yeah, this is actually very unexpected, this narrative point. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was going to show him. I was going to show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Ginny. They did a good job. They've put a lot of emotion into her current animation set here. Like, there's a lot that's being done to convey that she is genuinely upset by this. So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Ooh, what awful person did this? Daily Vigil. Come on, Daily Vigil. I still can't believe it myself. Hey there, Mothy. Welcome. We're playing some great Ace Attorney today. Ooh. Alternately, I wonder if it's going to be the childhood friend, his name escapes me, or the prosecutor. Yep. The prosecutor. Actually, this is a pretty common thing that towards the end of a Phoenix Wright story arc, we can get a change up, or at least that a new prosecutor will be introduced, other than like Edgeworth, you know. How you doing today, Mothy? No question, am I pronouncing that right, or are the X's meant to be pronounced? Well, hopefully the day goes well. You know, starting now. Hey, wait a minute. You don't mean... Okay, figured I'd check. They've arrested Lord Von Zeeks for it? That's right, the Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No, Lord Von Zeeks? Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Barak Von Zeeks the police have arrested? I saw him with my own eyes, in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. Oh. And For an added twist, I wonder if the childhood friend is going to be the prosecutor. Oof, that would do it. I get a lot of folks from various time zones. One person that swings through periodically is Maybe. Like, that's the handle, Maybe. Who tends to show up supposedly like super early in the morning for them. And I believe we have another that shows up super late for them. For a while, when I streamed a lot of Noida, apparently I had short and live stream viewers out of Eastern Europe. That'd do it, Mothy. That'd do it. There were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. I have trouble getting up on time because my sleep hygiene is horrific. Compounded recently because my bones have all decided it's time to ache. I have no understanding of why. But for the past couple of days, I'm paying very careful attention to the daily usage limits on Icy Hot. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when Arlott got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. There's no way Lord Von Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. One of the big things that sells it, like, some of her motions are exaggerated enough that you could use them to be like a person hamming it up, being like, oh, I'm in so much grief. The thing that really sells it is that quiver to her shoulders and her lip there. I think that's what really sells it. That's the detail that makes it work. That she is genuinely upset about what has happened. Like, the eyes and the lips I could get, but it's the whole body is going into it. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. Dreadfully sorry. If you haven't seen the character before, his hair is not normally sky blue. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You've got to help. Now, the question will be, was he actually killed or just critically injured? Because Sholmes was shot early on in the cases, but was just critically injured. The conceit being that the bullet hit one of the little chemical vials that he has on his side and embedded there, and it was the blast and the glass that hurt him. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, we're actually seeing, like, there's some passion here. It's not the sort of conceited flippancy that we normally get, especially with that pose. Like, he seems actually angry here. How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson? Mr. Naruhodo, I will leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then. Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Von Zeke's arrested. Bruno, Susie, I'll call you a handsome. It's waiting out. I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Susato? Yes. Well, this is a ratty-looking place. And I don't see any red string. That's the only thing that would prevent me from calling it a murder wall. Like, there's no interconnection between the notes. You'd need, like, string between them, ideally red string, but you'd need, like, string between them or some clear indication that, like, chalk or something has been used to circle groups of them and make connections. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. Broken boarded up windows, walls where the wallpaper and even the plaster is worn away. Unevenly burned candles. Haphazardly boarded windows. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. Red wig. I wonder if this is meant to imply Gregson was investigating the that red-haired organization. Don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigation has taken him elsewhere. What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above this ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over an house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? I like that. I like that. The fact that her experience being a thief and doing things like flipping a room are leading her to have a lot of insight into where things could be hidden. Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. That was a glare. So you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina? Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that ad of his, and then just scarpered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yes, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo, you're a lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. She was tied up in a murder accusation, too. If you don't mind me saying, if Lord Von Zeeks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Odo, get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Gino, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Diving being pickpocketing. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? So Gregson was always very obsequious towards Iris, because Iris writes the Herlock Sholmes stories that get published that everybody likes to read, like they're really famous in the setting. And Gregson is painted very positively in the stories. Sholmes treats him positively, Iris treats him positively, and that was a huge boon for Gregson's career. But as a result, the fact that he and everyone else knew that those stories played a big part in that, he was really, really careful about offending Sholmes and Iris, especially Iris. Because if he offended Iris, the writer of those stories, she could make him look really bad. And if he offended Sholmes, then Sholmes could make him look bad directly, but also would tell Iris to make him look bad. So he was always bowing and scraping and acting super nice as soon as she showed up. And in this case, Sholmes as well had leverage. Both to convince him to do stuff and apparently on his arm. Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Figuratively. Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out he's a bit of a legend at the Yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did. Yep, and ever since he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the Yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. Another indicator of the quality of their animations is that you can actually see her doing the coin roll. Like, you can see it rolling across each finger while she's doing that. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? Heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. And the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all, that I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set me mind at ease when he said that. Right. That's another thing that I wonder if we're going to get to the bottom of. So, they call Barak von Seeks the Reaper of the Bailey, with the idea that he is very likely to get a conviction. But additionally, or at least an important part of it, is that the people that don't get convicted have a habit of dying sometime after, in circumstances that very much look like murder. So that's where the title comes in, is either you'll be convicted or you'll be killed. But the question is there someone else acting as the Reaper? There's kind of that implication, Mothy, is that either he's like, him being involved in your case is a death sentence one way or another, or that if he doesn't convict you, he'll kill you. Either way, him being involved is a bad omen. But that's one thing that we haven't touched on, is what is actually causing the killings. Because we know people that leave the country don't die. And that there have been some folks, like Gina, who have not been killed. So it does have kind of a vigilante justice vibe to it. If not other things, we'll have to see. But I feel like we're approaching the point where that's going to come up, especially if Zeeks is the defendant. What is this place, then? Does anyone live here? Gina definitely has a connection with him. He was the prosecutor in a case where... in several cases. So in the first case, the first real case of the game, the defendant, who was guilty, fabricated a lot of evidence and compelled her, like, threatened her to lie on the stand. Subsequently, she is accused of murder later. It's a closed-door case. A lot of them are closed-door cases, or closed-room cases. She is accused of murder, and like, her perjury comes out from the prior one. Regardless that she was compelled, she perjured herself. But he prosecuted her. Also of note is, in that first case, the guy that got off because of fabricated evidence burned to death in the courtroom after that. So that was our introduction to the concept of the Reaper. But yeah, she was found innocent. She was acquitted. And so far, she hasn't come under threat. Now, the question would be, is it because she subsequently served a prison term for the perjury and, you know, her criminal past? Or is it something else? In a similar vein, another defendant that pretty much all the defendants that we work with in this are, you know, tried against the Reaper. And that guy left the country after his second time being accused of murder and has not yet died. So he was accused and acquitted twice and left the country and was not killed. So there's a lot of variables involved here. Apparently it's being rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. I think it's Boone. Hugh Boone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it? Well, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation, but there's so little here. No one knew what to do with themselves. All of the little contractions and whatnot, little truncations and contractions, she has a Lower East End London accent. And she'll periodically use Lower East End Cockney rhyming slang, which we've had to look up a couple of times to decipher. I do wonder. Yes, Miss Usato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it. Should really investigate this place in detail. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. That's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. So he's actually dead. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Is the implication that it's this top one? And that that's a crack in the candlestick? Blown one of the candles apart completely. Because the other two seem melted down. And the gun is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself if you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. I like how her hat, the buttons on her hat, with some of her expressions when she, like, staggers back and the hat flops. The buttons end up being like eyes on the hat. There's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There are some street sellers from outside who were at the gun shop. But I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. They'll be getting a grillin'. You think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will want to know what you're snooping for, and you'd be up for a grillin' and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Let's get to snooping. Empty fireplace makes the room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look. I would think it would be fair to say that it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Susato being aggressively polite about how silly his idea was. It's a photograph stand. Okay, they meant the photo, not the lamp that I clicked on. Suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah. What's the matter? Your eyes look as if they're about to pop out of your head. They are, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Ooh. Twisty. So, this is Mrs. Vigil, who just reported her husband, Daily Vigil, missing. Daily Vigil was fired from the prison 10 years ago. And this picture is in this room for the investigation. So that would link this room to Daily Vigil. Now, is it possible that one possibility is this room belongs to Daily Vigil? But is it possible that Gregson is Daily Vigil? Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. Ah, it's Miss Vigil. I can't remember what her name was. I think it's Eve. So it was something like Evening Vigil, and his was Daily Vigil. To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. It's something they've been doing really good with this, with the Great Ace Attorney ones over the original Phoenix Wright ones, is that the cases are, like, the narrative, the twisty narrative of them is very strongly presented. Like, you can start to get ideas of it as soon as you're presented with the clues. There isn't as much, like, out of nowhere kind of stuff going on. At the very least, like, post-fact, you can look at it and say, oh, that makes sense now. There still have been a couple of the, well, that's annoying kind of hooks during the cases, where there's a very particular thing you have to make a leap for. But they've all still made sense. They've all been those like, oh, okay. So the trip up point is annoying, but the actual reasoning for it and the results line up nicely. Sorry to say, I have no idea either. Graphic print of a smiling Miss Vigil in her younger years. It was found on a desk at the scene of the crime. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. Well, it's not a cork board. That's clearly like tacks hammered into the actual wood for the pins. It's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Mr. Naruhodo, look. This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? These are case notes here and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, this one here. Yes, the advertisement, you mean, to the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? We saw that the last time we played. There was an advertisement for something called the Red-Headed League, where people with red hair were open to apply for a newly opened position. And the salary was ridiculous. Whoever occupied this room is clearly interested in it for some reason. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. There's wax spattered on the wall behind. I suppose if the bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. That wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Can't see the wax. I mean, it might be implying that it's here, but that also looks like, to me, that looks more like a rip in the wallpaper exposing the plaster underneath. Okay, but in the icon, we can clearly see which one is cut. So it would have passed through him at an upward angle if it did. Like that candle holder is up high. So it would have had to go at a very high angle to hit him, to pass through him and go through that, to hit the candelabra that way. Some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. You might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan. So I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Toy policeman. What's this? He would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Von Zeke's playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful, after all, in a way. Okay. So, if we look at this, let's see, 8 centimeters would be about... Man. Several inches tall, tops. Even if we round up, like, 4 inches tall, and then you put that next to that gun, which is, like, as long as 2 of this investigator's hands, and he doesn't seem like a small person. Given that he looks like he'd be as tall as this guy, whose head comes up to that candelabra. Candelabrum. So man, even again truncating, that's way longer than just a 8 centimeters. It's way bigger than 8 centimeters. But clearly they made it bigger so you can see it. This is presumably the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot! No, no, no. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Trying a different brand of ginger ale. I've still got my preferred brand, stocked up, but I'm testing a different one since it was really cheap on sale. And I have to say, I kind of like it. There's a bit more of like a kind of a ginger burn to it. The aftertaste includes that tingly burn. I like it. It's a very different flavor, though. I normally drink Canada Dry, but this reminds me. Not quite. I don't drink a lot of Schweppes. It's not my favored one, and they also don't have 0-calorie varieties, or at least not available with any regularity. So I don't prefer to drink it because then, a couple of cans of that and you're looking at a whole meal worth of calories. But at least it reminds me more of that. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. The Killer's Revolver. Let's eyeball the revolver. Oh, in the toy. Sides of the head are scuffed. The helmet of this charming policeman seems to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks as if it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if someone was enjoying twisting it around and around for fun. Oh, yeah, that would make sense if you look at it as like thumb and forefinger pinching the top sides. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun? Oh! What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny, though. It couldn't be a key for a door. Not at that size. I mean, remove the tiny part and say it couldn't be a key for a door at that size because clearly you could grip the whole thing in your hand. What's it for, I wonder? Yeah, neat. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. I like the little rain cape kind of thing they've got going. It's a neat look. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right, perhaps I'd better leave you to your work, then. Working my way towards the terribly obvious and incongruous red wig. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right, the rope is laid around the body to show exactly where it was. That's right, they noted that before, that it's not a chalk outline. It is a rope laid around the body, like a white rope, so you can see both ends here. Or Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. Would probably be under Dr. Sai's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. I'm kind of terrified that Dr. Sai's daughter is going to be the coroner now. It wouldn't have been Gregson's hair. Gregson had, like, very gray and white hair. This does strike me as it's got to be a wig. Well, it looks like a wig. Shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling all right, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Susato is so strong, though. He's taking this far better than I am. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed these boards over the broken glass, haven't they? Couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least still let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Natsume was the guy I mentioned that had been accused of murder twice. Hey there, Gummy. Welcome, welcome. We're playing some Great Ace Attorney. How has Portal 2 been treating you? Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Nice, nice. Portal 2 was a very fun game. The co-op spin-off of it was good too. Hey King, welcome. Gummy, if you haven't been by the channel before, I can give you the intro and introduce the cats if you'd like. Doing well today, King. Doing well. Some games I'm interested in dropped today, and we're playing some more Great Ace Attorney, which I'm really interested to see how the overarching plot turns out in this one. Well, King always asks about the kitty cats, so it's as good an excuse as any. So let's see. Ember just walked away, so we can't see her right now. She would have been in the top center camera there, but that one's flaky. Top left is Sky. Top right is Sherbet. Left center is Mason and Sammy. Top to bottom. We zoom in a little bit. I have 5 cats, Gummy. Is it Gummy or is it Gumi? I'm uncertain of the double U. They are sleepy kitties as they are wont to be. Gumi. Okay. Sherbet's napping out in the open very much today. You missed a great big stretch from him earlier. He was filling pretty much 2 sides of it full back arch. He's been wriggling all over today, just rolling around. Hey there, PSS. Welcome, welcome. I'm kind of interested. Capcom has indicated that the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney games are going to be getting I believe, like a PC release. Which, if I recall, the Apollo Justice games were the first ones that I encountered in this this whole extended universe, as it were. How you doing today, PSS? I don't know. I don't know, Gumi. I know there was one. But it has been ever so long. Funny enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? Oh, Sherbet noticed Ember had vacated her spot. This is the Gregson case. Yeah, I'd heard rumblings that they were going to announce something about the Apollo Justice games. I had seen somebody kind of disgruntled that the Monster Hunter announcement was essentially a, hey, we're going to tell you something about Monster Hunter later. Always interested in another Ace Attorney game, sir. Also, welcome, sir. Welcome. Nice. You know, in a little bit, but it's something to look forward to. January 25th. Let's see. I definitely want to see more Ace Attorney. I'd also like to see a revival of the Professor Layton series. Especially if we get to see the Professor Layton Ace Attorney crossover. It is a bright red hairpiece. I recall hearing something about a new Professor Layton game. I think we might be in the same case that you saw last time, King. So I don't think we wrapped up. We're in chapter, or like the fourth case, or the fourth episode. I suppose the fact that it's right next to where the body was found means that we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, doesn't it? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Layton is a series that kind of, sputtered out. Some of the ones, like, at least the last one that I saw was not impressive to me. But the earlier ones I really, really liked. So hopefully they're going to revive it in, like, at its peak. Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. Flame red wig. Yeah, I'd definitely take a remaster. I do like me some puzzle games. It's been a bit since I played one on stream, but I like puzzle games. Didn't mean to click that, but you know. Gonna dart aside for a quick break. Be back in just a couple minutes. And we're back. Stood up for a moment, and Mason tried to play the classic cat move of darting between my feet really quick. Oh, let's try showing her some of the stuff. First, let's look at this. The identifying markings. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. You can only just see it there, King, but his eyes are pretty much completely closed. Oh, I wasn't aware of that, sir. I know there was some consternation about the company behind it, how they had ideas of how they wanted it to work, and that's potentially why the whole presentation and sort of model of how the game was to be played had shifted. Let's zoom a bit. Let's see if we've got some Tobin. Almost. Actually, no, we do. We do. Almost bottom center. We got Tobin. Guns are so rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. Okay, this is the same line they gave when we actually looked at it when we got it. Chino, what do you make of this? What is that, evidence? Working something out about what happened, have you? Oh, no, not exactly. Ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss. A past game that we played with was called Murder by Numbers. Very similar to Ace Attorney games. There's no trial. It's entirely the investigation and presenting evidence to people. But the difference is, in order to examine something and find evidence, you had to complete a nonogram puzzle. The like Picross style puzzles. It was a lot of fun. It lined up with how much I like this kind of game, these sort of narrative games, but also I like that kind of puzzle. So for a couple of streams, I just played those. They were almost chatting streams. Between talking with folks, I would mutter numbers. Yeah, that'd be a wig. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. Doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use a lot of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. Might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? I'm reminded of a reoccurring gag that happened in the Judgment game, the Yakuza spin-off, where one of the recurrent characters would show up chasing his wig as it was blown in the breeze. Have a little pseudo chase sequence. She doesn't care about the wig either. How about the pitcher? Oh. I was wondering if maybe the pitcher would trigger asking her if she knew anything about the connection between the two. Sherbet is a little sweetheart. Like I said, he just keeps getting more and more social. He still doesn't like it if you are standing above him and you reach down. Even if you crouch down near him, he's really timid about that. But if you stand near him and then stand at something that is, maybe chest high, and call out to him and tap the surface, he'll hop up there, and once he does, then he wants you to pet him. So he's laying his head on a draft excluder, that gray tube. It's the kind of thing that you might put under a doorway to keep cold wind from blowing through it. But I use it as it's a brace for what I refer to as the cat shield. So you can just see the top of it. Like right there at like on the edges of the black box. that obscures the keyboard. Uh, there is a acrylic stand. It's meant to be a monitor stand, uh, or that you might be able to put a keyboard under it. But my hands can't fit under it if I try to do that. So instead, I've got it braced on some triangles uh, over top of the keyboard. And then there is the draft excluder on the base of it, which the cats have taken to using as a pillow, so double bonus. But it prevents the cats from getting on the keyboard. I fully expect if I didn't have it there, Mason would be making snow angels on top of the keyboard. And one of my prior cats, a big old Maine Coon named Tom, had a habit of flopping over top of keyboards. Like he would sit in a similar spot to that, and he'd drape a paw over and slap it down on the keyboard. Just a second. We got a freeze happening here. Okay, well, it seems to be working. The application has gone into a blank state, so I'm gonna flip it over here. I don't know why it does that, but it does it periodically. Yep. Sometimes a quick reboot is necessary. But yeah, I can power down. Let me zoom in a little closer. I like to show off. If you look, you can see little the standard power icon in the eyes when that happens. But back to the game. Okay, so we have a key and seemingly nothing to use it with. Windows. Yes. All right, let's try to head back to Sholmes's office here. See if that triggers a kicks off a flag here. Did not. Anything? Nope, nothing here. Is Zeke's in prison? He is. There he is. Lord Von Zeke's behind bars. So it's true. He really was arrested. Now, I wonder if the prosecutor is going to be Strongheart or the childhood friend. Though I do feel like we're going to be missing out on one of my most one of the activities that I love doing, and that's counting the number of wine receptacles that he destroys during a trial. You are a fan of Lord Von Zeke's, Gumi? Sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Von Zeke's? I mean, on the plus side, Gumi, he's not really a traditional bad boy character. Or even a traditional broken character. He really reminds me of Edgeworth and the base Ace Attorney games. As in the kind of character that is fixated on bringing people to justice to the extent where he's blinded himself to the possibility of innocence. Fancy meeting you here. They do. Brother issues for Von Zeeks and daddy issues for Edgeworth. Kind of a double with Edgeworth, both because of his actual father and then his sort of adopted father figure. Or mentor father figure. However you want to view it. Last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. It is. Now, I don't know how Francisca would be in a 3D rendition. Like, I'd kind of like to see that. But he has rapidly become my favorite prosecutor. He's got this, like, that over-the-top dignity, but at the same time, he has some of the more eccentric gestures. Everything from, like, a classic anger, the throwing alcohol into the fire or smashing the glass in his hand, but he also has that ridiculous slam his boot on the desk. Like, full-on axe kick onto the desk. Or the bottle flip into the gallery. I love the bottle flip into the gallery. The fact that he's probably casually, seriously injuring people on a regular basis by doing that. It's that amazing combination of, like, Alucard Vampire Count with that little tinge of absurdity. The equivalent of, if you're familiar with it, the people that run under to the center of the arena, or at least that try to position themselves and hope to be the one randomly selected for Shiva in Final Fantasy XIV to stomp them to get the Ice Shatter effect. But forgive me, Lord Von Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigation, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. The screwy professor from the last trial. Of course, yes, I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Von Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Especially when he has his cape on. Von Zieks can't vampire count any harder. I mean, the only way he could vampire count harder would be background dressing, like the set. He'd need some overly tall gothic throne and dim candlelight lighting. You know, the kind of chair that he can, like, slouch over and rest his chin on one palm braced on one knee. The other draped over the other arm of the chair. Not on his knee, on the other arm. You know, that combination of imposing, languid, and really bored. Is this your gun? What's that? It's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. Alright, I get the message, but I don't see what's illegal about me asking. Yep. It's the same thing with the Phoenix Wright case with the Nickel Samurai. Where once it sounds like there is actually a concealed truth, that an acquittal isn't the right answer, and Edgeworth finds out, like, Edgeworth and Phoenix are both moving towards the same thing. Edgeworth indirectly helps you stall. What's that, King? What's your question? Do I let my cats go outside? No, I do not. Indoor cats going outdoors is better than them being purely outdoors cats, but it would still expose them to a larger risk surface than I'm comfortable with. Aside from parasites, you also have to worry about other outdoor issues, like encountering some other animal or something like that, getting lost. I couldn't handle that. Raccoons, dogs, hawks. Ours. So no, they stay inside. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Von Zieks? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that the witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I mean, he's definitely right. Ryunosuke has lived this long. Given his behavior towards the main character, I suspect we would have at least been injured, if not maimed or killed by now, if he were the type to shoot at his co-workers. We'd be kind of top of the list, you know? I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. It's a secret. Okay. Oh. After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. Yeah, it is different. Folks that, like... There are folks that take their cats on walks, like, leashed up on a walk. Or, like, they let them go out into a private backyard. That is better. Like, at least you keep your eye on them during that. So, possibility of harm or anything like that is greatly mitigated because you have some control over where they are and what they're up to. An added consideration to letting cats outside is that cats like to kill things. Like, it's not that they just like to hunt things. Cats like to kill things. Like, they will kill for fun. So, cats that spend a protracted period outside have a substantial impact on the population of smaller animals in the area. Like, the presence of a feral cat colony will generally mean that there aren't any birds in the area. People are fine with, like, oh, it gets rid of the mouse population. It's like, yeah, anything smaller than the cat is probably going to die. And it's an issue. But yeah, I don't want to put any of them at any risk. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Von Zeeks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. You are my last choice, sir. I think that's actually fair, Gumi. Tsundere is a pretty good description of Von Zeeks. Yeah, he's been rolling all around today. Sherbet has, King. He's extra comfy. Ah. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as of yet? What, with his sparkling disposition and general love from the populace? Of course Von Zeeks is represented already. Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Gumi, I would expect sparkling in the sense of a shoujo manga in the way that would normally be accompanied by a border of roses. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? Just so we're clear. You didn't murder a whole bunch of people, did you? Do you promise? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may have come to a head before I have a chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? That is true, sir. That is true. We had somebody who definitively said they did that. But I don't think the general populace would care. After the trial, Professor Hairbrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. Von Zeeks made sure of that, under the same assumption as to why Natsume hadn't been killed, is that get them out of the country and they're safe. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. We've mentioned that on prior streams. The idea that you have the general populace, like, shown in the jury, and that we can hear their thought processes and biases, helps make this feel a lot more realistic than you get in some of the Phoenix Wright ones, where it's just the judge. Because there are times when the judge goes along with assertions that are really dumb. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Why are you acting as if that could be true? Well, yes, the prosecutor said it with such conviction, though. Yep. Leighton was the Leighton crossover was the one where I first encountered like the multiple jurors with or witnesses with the catching reactions between them kind of thing. I do like the base judge. Um, his brother or cousin is less interesting. Jingoku, the Japanese judge, I find amusing with his casually threatening gestures. The smacking the gavel into the palm of his hand thing. And the fact that he killed that guy. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. He does cut cut a good figure, doesn't he? A striking individual in that suit. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. The fact that every time somebody refers to Natsume, it's almost like his back becomes increasingly hunched with each new reference. Well, that's pretty cool, Serdix. I would like to see so many things from Great Ace Attorney Chronicles pulled over into Phoenix Wright. Like, can you imagine full remakes of the Phoenix Wright games using these mechanics and representations? Like, actual remakes, not just remasters. Think of it, we get to see Larry in 3D. Like, you wouldn't have the multiple witnesses, jurors thing. I'm sorry, multiple witnesses at once thing, but I suspect you could still do it with, like, noticing other people in the courtroom kind of thing. I mean, in a general sense, Larry isn't a great character. In that vein, I like the Phoenix Wright games. There are several things I don't like about them, though. And as neat a character as she is, like, standalone, Mia Fey is a cool character. But the way she is used in the games, I don't like at all. Mia Fey is a Deus Ex Machina, and it was irritating every time they used her. Every time she manifested. Yeah, I agree with that, Tass. There were times where you had to... There are a lot of opportunities that if they went through and redid the scenes and the characters' art, there would be a lot of opportunities for you to do those, like, reaction moments in showing them doing stuff. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. Yeah, I'm referring specifically to when Mia, like, possesses Maya or Pearl in order to tell Phoenix to try something else or similar. Because usually those were forced dead ends. Like, there's no reason that you should not be able to have Phoenix or Maya or anybody else trigger the epiphany, but instead you have the ghost of his mentor pop in and say, yeah, I totally know how this trial's going to go and I have all the evidence, but I'm not going to tell you anything other than to think outside the box or something like that. And then he'll be inspired or he'll be given some clue. It doesn't feel narratively good. But when she appears as an actual interactable character at other points, that's okay. Oh man, the turn over the receipt thing. That is the worst. That was so terrible. Like, yeah, we kept it in a evidence bag with only one side visible and transparent. And we lifted it up and carefully inserted it into the evidence bag without ever looking at any of the other sides of it. Yeah. There are a couple of moments like that in the Phoenix Wright games where you have the evidence, and as a observer of it, the connection between the evidence and the next plot point is obvious. Like, you can make that assumption right now with every piece of evidence that has already been presented. The assumption is obvious, but you're not allowed to make it at that point. Like, no, we need to loop around, and then we need to be cornered by the prosecution, and then we can reveal the evidence. Yeah. And that is enjoyable in this one. The number of things that, oh, you look at them and you fiddle with them, and it shows you what's really true about the evidence, and you need to do that before that evidence is usable. That's really cool. It adds to the detective part. I would like more variable points. I would still want the narrative to be relatively linear. Like, I don't want it to where if I take this path, it goes down to the bad end kind of thing. But I would like if during a trial, there are paths you could take that are more expeditious. Yeah. There are a couple instances of that have shown up in this game and in some of the Phoenix Wright games where there are two pieces of evidence that point to the same thing, and you can present either of them. But that's really rare. I would like it that if you had the solution to the puzzle, that you could leap to that point and say, hey, look, I've got an answer here. And then it could skip ahead a little bit. Alternately, that you could, if you didn't have a full grasp on the situation, take the circuitous route. But stuff like that. It can get pretty twisty, King. Especially so if you haven't seen some of the pieces of a particular case. you can lose track of stuff. I do try to give summaries at the beginning, if for no other reason than it gives me an excuse to drag my memory out of what was actually going on last time we played. And yes, Dirtix, that's another reason that I would love to see a remaster, because the prosecutors have so much character in them that it's a great opportunity to bring that out further. Like, go in and give them a writing touch-up. The only prosecutor that I ultimately don't like, setting aside Winston Payne or Ouchie, whichever game you're in, the tutorial guy is just a joke. And I'll need to explain this because some people find him cool. Godot is my least favorite prosecutor from the Ace Attorney games. And that's because his motivation makes so very little sense. Like, it's so tenuous, his grudge against Phoenix. You know, as a Ace Attorney prosecutor, how he behaves in the courtroom during the trial, he fits the bill. The whole coffee thing as a gag is funny. You know, his appearance is a gimmick, but his motivation, like the grudge he has against Phoenix, is... it feels badly written to me. Oh, yeah, yeah. Personally, and I know Tass is on my side for completely different reasons, I still think Franziska is the standout prosecutor. Her interactions with Gumshoe and how she treats him, her general behavior is kind of fun. Well, when you include Great Ace Attorney, Von Zieks is top of the charts. Personally. Like, I find Von Zieks hilarious. That combination of really serious with some of the ridiculous things he does. You know, forgive me for slamming my boot on the desk, or forgive me from braining that guy behind me with a wine bottle. Though, think if you combined them, Tass. Think about Franziska in, like, his outfit. Like, I totally think she could carry, like, a vampire countess vibe to go with it. I mean, the whole Von Karma team have that sort of like ruffled European nobility kind of vibe. Oh. But yeah, I think for the prosecutors, the ones that have that, that combination of really serious and arrogant, but with those little twinges of absurdity, are the best ones. Hey there, Latham. Welcome, welcome. We're playing some great Ace Attorney, though. We're having a chat about the Ace Attorney in games in general at the moment. And apparently Sherbet is toasting his back now. We have some kitty belly on display. Only 5 seconds. Nice. There have been days when it's like 15 or so. Looped back around, huh, Maxwell? Welcome. Oh, yes. Here. It's one of my favorite parts about this model. Well, it is my favorite part about the model. I like the model in general. But it's my favorite part. One would assume that they're fond of their own beating heart, but, I think it's cool. I removed them because they were really, really laggy, both to the screen and to the encoding process, but I did have a screen transition that was essentially it was kind of like this, lunging at the screen. Oh, the cat flapomat Sturdex. Yeah, I mean, it would make a perfectly square hole. But that is Iris's most terrifying invention so far. The fact that she has a machine that seems to be able to punch square holes and attach screwed-in hinges through any thickness of door. No endoskeleton, though. It's almost entirely exoskeleton. I mean, the rib lines are very much on the outer surface. It's close, though. Let me see if you can spot it. But you can see the spinal column in the back. It's a little tricky. It's that classic, I don't need to open the door, I just need to open the wall on every side of the door. Stretch. That's a good point. I'm going to take a break and top up my beverage. Just a moment. Just a couple minutes. Get settled in here. And we're back. I'd assumed that was the case, Latham. Seems to be a common thing that folks do. Add a suffix to their name. Strange D&D devices are always a fun thing to speculate on. I've seen a couple of YouTube videos, Sturdix, about people creating useless machines and magic items. Ember hasn't been on camera much, but this is Ember. You can't tell as much, but she is the tiniest of them. She is smaller than Sherbet, and even smaller than Sammy, who is smaller than Sherbet. Iris is a character that they haven't really delved into everything she's capable of. They imply that Sholmes has made a lot of stuff too. Some of the devices that he uses. Um, but we have yet to have explained the bazooka that she carries around. That giant heavy weapon with the heart-shaped crosshair on it. Yeah, I just ultimately use the same handle across every platform that I can. Item. The trick is, some of her devices are things like, you know, the grenade launcher that looks like an old sci-fi ray gun that fires smoke pellets with the express interest, like one of her express functions is that they be pretty colors. The cat flap-o-mat, which is this square sort of pistol that punches holes in doors to make cat flaps. Like, there's so many things that bazooka might do. It could be true to function, but you know, it could be like a las cannon. It could fire like giant heart beanbags at things. Maybe it's meant to remotely deliver those little thermoses of tea she has. It could be anything. I did like the sequence where one of the times that Gina visited them and they all practiced pickpocketing, how Iris was speculating on forming a criminal syndicate from the people present. What's sad, Latham? I also like the soundtrack in Great Ace Attorney. The Phoenix Wright series has pretty solid like concept behind their music, but the music in this has been really good. You do get a really good, chaotic good vibe from Iris and Sholmes. It happens like that sometimes, Latham. It can actually be a really good thing when a game or mod or similar, where the developers say, we're done. Like, we've done as much as we want to do with this. We feel that we finished it, and we're going to move on. There are plenty of games, there are plenty of TV shows out there that never make the decision to end. And when they don't, it can result in either things trailing off and getting scruffy, or things getting bad. Version numbers are at will, though. There are plenty of games that are in like their post 1.0 release that are in worse states than games that say they're in like alpha. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can at least get to the point where we get a day crossover or something like that. So Professor Hairbrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. So it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. That is the there's a saying, I think it's a UK saying that you hear sometimes. It's please don't let me detain you. Um and that can take on a very threatening tone. Uh in that you could kind of interpret it as don't make me detain you. But additionally, it can take on a forceful tone in the sense of go away. It's a very versatile saying. I was wondering, Lord Von Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just my feeling can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. I do have a Discord, if you're asking me. There is a LinkTree link in the description of the video that links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Coffee. And my content platforms, but it's in the video description of this stream. If you're viewing this on a cell phone, I'm not sure how you would get to it. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. Huh? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. Yes, this is an excellent opportunity to subscribe to the channel if you're not already. It will ensure that you get notifications of new short uploads as well as new live streams. Though be prepared if you do subscribe. I upload a lot of shorts. But please, I have no intention of engaging your services. I discovered last night that the maximum size of a YouTube playlist is 5,000. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. 5,000, Gumi. That is the largest amount of things you can put in a playlist. So now I have a Shorts Mark II playlist. Neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. Find out more about Lord Von Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. How about Sholmes' suite? Did we raise a flag? We didn't raise a flag. About Fresno Street. No flag. I still love the decorations in this room. It really says our purpose is to reform people that have done crimes so they can be reintroduced in society, doesn't it? All right, Layden, thanks for joining us. Ooh, flag raised. You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yeah, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Is everything in place? Ah, the childhood friend. I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. So Strongheart assigned this guy to Von Zeeks when he had amnesia, implying that it really implies that he had some awareness of who it was. And now we see that there might be some further interaction between them. It's okay, Kazuma, that's the name, Kazuma. Your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes? I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Von Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson? I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Von Zeeks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. He's not wrong yet. Like, what he's saying makes sense. He was in the room, and it is supposedly his gun that was used to kill him. And we have people that assert that a gunshot happened around the time that he would have been in the room. So it makes sense that they would detain him with the assertion that he is the killer. Yeah, especially in this time period. The idea of, you know, I ran in there and tried to help him. That kind of reasonable doubt doesn't seem to exist in this court system. Our kitty has vacated, so we have to switch cameras. Wow, is Sammy still there? Scanning. There we go. There's Sammy. Oh no, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. Smack. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. But of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. Okay, we've established a very strong parallel with Ace Attorney now. Like, at the end, we now have the defense attorney, who did not grow up with the intent to become one initially, was inspired to be an attorney and only developed that skill, only learned that skill in an informal fashion. Like, Phoenix's degree was not in law, it was in like art or something like that. He studied law on the side. In the same vein, Ryunosuke did not study law directly. He was taught by Susato with what materials they had on hand about English law. And then they're paired with somebody, the childhood friend, who was, did claim that they wanted to be a defense attorney. Kazuma was training to be a defense attorney. And then when they reappear, they are a fervent prosecutor. I mean, a white military-looking outfit is a pretty snazzy thing. It, really, the monochromatic colors, the your blacks and whites and similar, are very strong uniform colors. I have to say, the little neckerchief or cravat or whatever this particular version is, I kind of feel like it brings the outfit down. With how sharp his outfit is, I think it could go do without it. But that's a good point, Sturdix. It is almost a reverse of Edgeworth's outfit. If this were a little more towards purple, just a bit, get into that mauve kind of burgundy territory. But yeah, that does drive it home even further, doesn't it? Wait, what? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma, a prosecutor? Even has the same stance. Though he has lost his ability to summon the breeze. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. Yeah, but you could definitely see Edgeworth having a sword. Like a rapier on the hip kind of thing, similar to his second weapon. The sword that he was armed with before he got his katana back. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now... but additionally, I could really see Edgeworth with a cane like Strongheart here has. Bonus points if you go with a sword cane kind of thing. that sort of like fencing style stance would, I think, fit him very well. The Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. Personally, I think Manfred von Karma wouldn't be as suited to a cane or a blade. Him being unarmed, I think, is a stronger figure because he is very much a slam his fist down on the surface kind of guy. His whole gimmick is that he is a dominating, stifling presence. And having him be able to just like slam his fist down as his gimmick, I think is powerful. Edgeworth, I think like a cane or similar works. Because like his tap his forehead gesture, like tap his temple gesture, could easily be done with like the end of it, like the handle of a cane or similar. And his pointing pose, you could easily have like the cane head there. I feel like that would be solid. One moment, please. VTube Studio is having issues. There we go. It's kind of how, like, with Franziska, the whip works. You could also use a riding crop with her. Both of those things really work. It's both of them have the vibe of somebody that would be able to shout silence, but in different ways. With him, it would be that with Manfred, it would be the slam the table, like almost break the tabletop kind of thing. With Franziska, it is the crack of the whip. They did a decent job of having the accessories of the characters line up. That's another reason that Godot's presentation doesn't fit very well as far as the Geordie LaForge mask that he's wearing, you know? It doesn't blend with the coffee thing. Frankly, him without the mask and the coffee works a lot better. The mask kind of takes away from it. Because without the mask, he's got a really good smug face. The kind of person that can sip a coffee and know that you wouldn't appreciate the complicated blend. I'm not familiar with that one, Serdix. Is that one of the ones from Investigations or the Apollo Justice ones? I never played the Investigations ones. Hopefully we'll get an update of those too. Lord von Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least until now. Gasp. No, tomorrow's trial... I mean, his pigeon release team is still on the ball. There's also the fact that with the... I'm waiting for this guy to come out as a villain, kind of like the police director or whatnot, the guy in the orange suit in the Ace Attorney games. I'm waiting for this guy to come out as a villain, because this is a villain pose. This is the pose of the demagogue, either inciting the religious revolt, or proclaiming that, his mind control device will revolutionize the world. This is a real behold pose. Will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Right there. This will mark the start of a new era. And then you hear the march of the soldiers start. Chief Gant was one of the his trial and the trials he was involved in was one of the examples of where the Ace Attorney games break suspension of disbelief. There's a lot of what goes on in the Ace Attorney trials that is clearly done for the drama, to ramp things up. But there were times that Gant was very clearly tampering with and threatening with evidence and threatening witnesses. There on the in the stand in front of the judge, he threatens a witness. He says that he is tampering with or withholding evidence, and the judge is like, "Meh, this is fine." That creates an interesting image, Sturdix, the enthusiastic gaveling from an audience of justices. Some sort of judicial convention where they're all, clones of the various Ace Attorney judges, and when the applause start, it's all them banging their gavel on the chairs. Hello, Sherbet. Sherbet has joined me on the head of my chair. Hello, buddy. He likes the side of his neck scratched. It's not a directly on the ears or top of the head kind of cat. He is a side of his neck. I have to be careful because he's also the kind of cat that loses his sense of balance as he gets pet. He starts to go limp, but he's skittish enough that he's never let me trim his murder mitts. So him scrambling for purchase near my neck is not something that I want him to be doing. Yeah, it's the... They demonstrated that he had a relationship with the judge and similar, but it's not the only time that they do that kind of thing, where it's really, really obvious that a witness is perjuring themselves over and over, and the judge is still like, okay, but this time you need to tell the truth. pinky swear. It's like he's lied 3 times now. It's hello, Sherbet. Hello. It's crawling all over me. Yep. It's hammed up for the drama. It's just softened a great deal in this one because they can always fall back on the fact that some of the jurors are wildly prejudiced. So when they make a prejudiced decision, it makes sense. And it removes some of the silliness from the judge. The judge can be very serious, but because the jury is the primary thing, then you can keep the judge serious. Yep. You add in the extra the extra bend of racism that falls into it, where it's. I like the one where they essentially started. I think I made a short about this one that it was easier for them to assume that magic was real, that Ryunosuke was capable of sorcery, than it was for them to believe that the Japanese kid was competent as a lawyer. He's ensorceling them. He's magicking them. Words are hard. So Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right. It's very rare that Sherbet will sit in my lap, so he's getting all the pets right. He's so skittish that he normally won't put himself in this position. So I reward him when he does. Sammy used to be that way. She still is. She's, like, that's in a different room, that camera, from all of the other cameras. Well, 2 cameras are in that room. The rest of the cameras are in this room with me. She is generally in that room, hiding somewhere. When she comes out, it's usually to come over and sit in my lap. Where she will soak up the pets and nap. Ember, on the other hand, her favorite spot is right here. Let's wait for it to load. Directly across from my keyboard. Like, she's just like a couple of feet away from me that way. She is a very snuggly cat. Not constantly, but when she wants attention, she'll climb all over you. Mason and Sky are the least snuggly. Mason will come over and sit on my lap briefly and do the little needy paw thing. But he just wants a little bit of attention while he's doing that. Every now and then he'll really soak the pets, but not as much. Sky is a menace. He wants attention, but he very rarely sits in my lap. Again, when he does, it's very insistent, like, you need to pet me. But all the other time, he kind of sits at arm's reach and wants me to, like, scratch him under the chin and whatnot. And if I don't, he's gonna do stuff. Like, he'll sit near my mouse hand, and if I don't pet him, he'll reach out and smack the mouse. And he knows exactly where to do it. He will smack it such that the mouse will left click and move. He has highlighted and messed up documents on a regular basis. I have in action games, I have spun in circles and fired wildly because of Sky. He'll pull on cables. The classic thing that he has done, and the reason that I almost never have something on shelves that he can get a hold of, is Sky will go over to a shelf next to something that he can shove off of an edge, and then he will chirp. Yeah, he'll chirp and call out, and if I look, he waits until he can make eye contact, and that's when he'll shove it off the ledge. He'll make eye contact, then he'll throw it off the ledge and chirp at me again. He's very particular that it makes a noise when he does that. He wants to hear it hit the ground. If it doesn't, it clearly agitates him. Like, it's supposed to fall and make a noise, and that will get me attention from Dad. That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I have no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented, quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months, Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Von Zieks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the case. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Von Zeke's? He claims it's currently not in his possession. Huh? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Von Zeke's. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be all right now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything, including what I was coming here to do. That is also a bit of a mystery. In the covert transmission that was on the paired music discs from one of the trials, Kazuma's initials were listed. So there is something about him that was in communications involving the British Empire that were supposedly being intercepted and carried elsewhere. So there's definitely a twisty plot involved, and Kazuma's in it, in some fashion. Right? Kazuma, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. What was it? Hear, feel, think? Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. That's another statement that has... There's another way to interpret that statement. There's one that even if you aren't the defense, you should watch this. It will be a learning experience. Like, you know, hey, you're a legal student. You should be interested in what's going to happen here. But additionally, there's don't get involved in this, kid. Like, stay out of it. Watch it from arm's length. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Respecking is too expensive, Gumi. He doesn't want to start over and level back up. Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma, what? But the prosecutor build is meta right now. I can't sacrifice the deeps. My convictions per second will suffer if I switch to defense. Well, alternately, we could look at this the opposite way. He did respec. That's what the amnesia was. He was a defense attorney, and he got tired of that. It was underperforming in the current patch. So he got amnesia in order to wipe his skill points and put them all back into the prosecution tree. He's really excited to be in this trial because he gets to test it out for the first time. He's hoping to get the rare drop. You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It can be kind of amusing to view games that do not follow the the Trinity model or even similar models into that sort of RPG. You know, your defense attorney is a tank, your prosecutor is a DPS. You'd have the judge being like a control type. That's true. That's true. Susato and Maya definitely fall into the like bolstering sort of role. Because when you look at like it really works in the Ace Attorney setting. So especially in Great Ace Attorney, whenever you have the defense and prosecution facing off, the little nameplates or the little markers near their faces always extend as like sword blades. It's always presented as a physical confrontation, which, given the way it's set up, you could view the witnesses as the things that are being fought. That's right. Critics. Winston Payne or Ouchie are both definitely definitely the toxic player. But that is it's a recurring theme in the kind of the Phoenix Wright games as a whole, is that the trial is a physical confrontation. There are plenty of instances where, even without it being explicitly physical, like Francisca's whip or Kazuma's sword, that arguments have physical impact, whether that's defense to prosecution or prosecution to defense, but also the witnesses react sometimes as if struck. It's especially the case when Phoenix Wright or Ryunosuke here, when the case goes right back against them. There's that moment where they like flinch backwards and fall forwards onto the desk. It is that they have been downed and they need to recover kind of moment. It's one of the things that lends to the drama, is the presentation of it being a battle, like a physical battle between the prosecution and defense. Was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh? This was the secret that he was going to tell us after we arrived. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Von Zeeks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does. It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. So this would be Von Zeeks, his brother, and Gregson. That's Lord Von Zeeks. Yep, okay. The little cross badge on his brother there. Zeeks wears that now, and there are times when Zeeks like clutches that when he is particularly upset. He's got that sort of anxious smile, like this is a good scenario. Like he's happy to be here, but he's really embarrassed. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? This is another association that is just now being revealed, that Gregson has been a friend or an associate of Von Zeeks for that long. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Take a look at the letter, or the picture. Okay, it is just a picture, and it's not something I can read the back of. In case there's a secret message written in definitely ketchup on the back. Lord Von Zeeks is still reading that letter. He's been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely, but I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard your trial is set for tomorrow, which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We're just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi? That made the color drain from his face. Ah, well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Oh man, now I gotta talk to you. 1 second, let me get my mask. I don't want to inhale any of the BS you'll be dripping out. Ten years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. Yeah, that gesture right there. It's the little pin or whatever that his brother wore. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma's father. In case you forgot. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew that the man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? Let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all of us Japanese. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer, the so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. How awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he assented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the professor case inquiry, Lord Mael Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor. but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. So here's a theory. Strongheart is also involved in the professor killings and was using Asogi as a cat's paw to remove opposition to his rise to power. Yep. There are a lot of possibilities floating around in this, isn't there? There are all kinds of little details that we've been getting over the course of several cases now. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? Ah. And, of all things, as a lawyer. And a bit of stretch there, Ember. She's got to toast the other side of it. That's one of her, the postures that she'll lie down in. So her chest and chin are right down on the heating pad. Gotta toast the belly. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. Look at his hand shaking. He hasn't had a wine glass to smash in a whole day. It's given him the jitters. He needs his fix. I can understand why, now I know the history. I do like how canonically he has a whole shelf full of wine bottles and glasses. So it makes sense that he's got, like, he has spares. He has lots of spares. Like the barrels of wine, the shelf full of bottles and glasses. He doesn't drink the stuff much at all. It's largely there just to sniff and smash. In the same way I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi I am the bane of his. The reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture. Oh, that's a bit of a twister. Oh, interesting. I'll have to try that in a moment. The armband / prosecutor's badge is so rarely used at all. Had finally been arranged for the coming month, but he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh? The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. My, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was, of course, a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities, then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. Oh. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. What really went on between Lord Von Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What is the true nature of their relationship? Tune in next time to find it. Let's try. I think you know what this is, that this is worn by people in my country to show that they're defense lawyers, don't you? And I think you know that I believed you to be merely playing at lawyercraft, initially. But it would seem your armband may actually imply some dormant talent after all. I guess you might maybe just a little have the smallest amount of talent. I mean, I'm not saying that you're not a moron or something like that, that you really have any skill at this, but maybe someday in the future you might unlock the possibility of becoming a decent defense attorney. Fingers crossed. Lord Von Zieks, do you mean? Let's hope you wake up soon. I was clearly daydreaming. I almost thought I got a compliment there. I think this posture right here is as close as we're going to get to the classic looking slightly to the side with cheeks puffed up. It's not like I like you anyway. His conversation might differ based on the number of trials you've been through, you know? About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes. That's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. There's also just the fiasco that was the last trial. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. The idea that when you present it to him before Kazuma is revealed, that it is a memento. Which does line up. It's like he's wearing a memento in the same way that you are. Another interesting parallel. do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it, then? That I don't know. Oh? I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor, 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Von Zeeks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. Susato, never failing an opportunity to get a dig in on Ryunosuke. No. This has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? It's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. It will definitely sway the jury. Is that a question, Gumi, or am I overlooking a reference? Lord Von Zeeks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? Oh, no. We did look at that. So we got the shovel or a spade. There's also a place where when you look at a ladder, there's like an awkward pause where one of them says something along the lines of, I thought you were going to claim it was something else. And she's like, no, it's just a ladder. I think there's a ladder in the waxworks or something like that. There are a lot of neat little touches in this game as for like when and how often you look at things. It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. Clint isn't the name that you'd expect to be the sibling of Barock. Who are you? I am Strontelheim von Reinbach III. And who's that? That's Steve von Reinbach, my brother. Details have been updated. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. Like, when you have Japanese characters, when they're exchanging names, essentially, when they're introducing each other, when they say it's written with the character for this, that feels a lot more natural, but it does still have the same energy as somebody that's like, oh, my name's Steve, but, you know, there's two E's in the middle, and the ending is actually with a silent O, A, and then the E. It's like, so? At least with the Japanese ones, it's still pronounced the same way. It's like, oh, it's pronounced that way. Oh, so you're a Steve-wa? Like, no, it's still Steve. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Now I have heard it pronounced Joshua, with stronger on A, but yeah, actually spelling it how it's pronounced can be useful, especially when you're dealing with elementary school and earlier, because it can be embarrassing to the child to have a teacher constantly mispronounced it, to mispronounce it, or to misspell it. But it's also additionally harder for them to grasp when you're trying to show them how to spell their own name, when you're also trying to teach them that those letters sound entirely different normally. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. It was a nice glimpse of the past, I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Naruhodo, Ryunosuke waxes poetic in his mind a lot. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. Was that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Like, I get that Ryunosuke's shorter than him. But whenever he looks at the camera, Von Zieks does a good job of giving you the impression that he's looking down his nose. Like, he's looking straight forward, but he's still looking down on you. Lord Von Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. Here's another mystery. Did Genshin Asogi actually do it? Because there's the political expediency of not convicting somebody Japanese, so that the public doesn't start, rabbling up against the idea of a treaty. But there was also the political problem that nobles were getting killed. So having a quick scapegoat, somebody that was supposedly involved, and dealing with it fast, would also be politically expedient locally. So the whole Iron Mask execution and burial works for everybody in that scenario. Because that would be a good twisty path, is to have it revealed that the original trial 10 years ago was actually faulty. Wouldn't be the first time an Ace Attorney game did that whole let's dig up the past before the trial's statute of limitations or whatever wears off. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Yes, the photograph that you have. It was literally just now. Back when I was able to laugh, I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I look to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Of the secondary characters that have shown up to, assist, Susato is my favorite. Because she is a character with competence and agency. Excellent, Gumi. It is an anime to reference. Believe in the me who believes in you. I do need to rewatch that sometime. And my life is in your hands. But yeah, Susato is capable by herself. When Susato intervenes, it feels like she is being useful. As in, it's not just like Mia Fey popping into existence and saying, hey, remember this thing that you couldn't possibly know? Or similar. It is her saying, hey, this is technically true. You can do this. And often it's introducing a mechanic or similar. But it's not, again, the deus ex machina that other side characters end up being. And it's not Maya who's just present most of the time. Which is a shame. She's fun. But usually she's just there during the trial when she's not being possessed. That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Oh, yes, yes. Emma was fun. Both that, again, she was she had a usefulness. Like, she was there and she was actually a capable assistant during the investigations. But also just from a character presentation perspective, that that kind of young enthusiasm, kind of the young enthusiastic scientist kind of vibe. That whole, I saved up for so long and I was able to buy this special blood detection fluid. It really is that. I got a part-time job and saved up for a whole month, and look what I bought. I just can't wait to use it. Tomorrow in the Old Bailey against my old friend Kazuma. That is true. One of my favorite things, personally, there are two things that I love in this game, like the things that I enjoy the most. Um, the Sholmes deduction sequences and the reviewing with the jury, the summation examination. So the Sholmes deduction spectacular and the course correction and the summation examination are my two favorite things in the game. Uh, the deduction ones I find hilarious. They're a fun little way of examining the scene, but the whole presentation of them, the fact that not only are they showing Sholmes spinning around and like turning the lights on and off, but the fact that that's actually happening. The people in the room react to them moving around and the lights changing. That is hilarious. And Sholmes's opening deductions are ridiculous. Just bonkers. Uh, and then the summation examinations, the primary thing I like about it is that it pans out and you see Ryunosuke moving around the room, like pacing back and forth as they're talking and as he talks to them. It's really neat. I like those. Switch over to cat cam. This is where we wanted to get, so I'm gonna save it twice here so I don't mess it up. And again, just to be sure, it's making a noise to confirm it, but I don't trust my hearing. But yeah, that was good times, folks. We made it to through the first day, the initial investigation period. Uh, just like always, the further into the game you go, the more spectacular and twisty the trials get. And this game has elevated that. He can't blow it up yet. Kazuma has to survive in the alternate timeline where Ryunosuke loses so that he can study for a great period of time and then go into the basement of the Crystal Tower and create a time travel device so that he can go to another world and pull Ryunosuke there, or an alternate version of Ryunosuke, so that they can, perform legal practice in the other world and eventually come back to the original world and stop the alternate future from happening. Save it again so I don't forget. Oh, but I hope everybody had a good time tonight. If you did like what you saw and you would like to see more, remember to like and subscribe down below. It will remind the algorithm to give you more of this kind of thing, and it will also give you notifications when I upload new things or I'm going live. Additionally, there is a link tree, like I mentioned earlier today, that has a link to my Discord as well as to my Patreon and my Ko-fi accounts. Thanks everybody for joining. Gumi, thank you for joining us. And Zerdix, I don't know if you're new, but thank you either way. Thank you everybody that came to join us today for the first time and those returning. We'll be streaming again on Saturday. We'll be continuing our playthrough of Sea of Stars. That is a really fantastic, like, golden age JRPG in my mind. Absolutely refined, very good. So swing by if you're interested and would like to see some of that. And we'll do more Great Ace Attorney on Sunday and go from there. Blanked for a moment. Yeah, again, thank you all for joining us today, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening.